Ugh. Oh shit. Ah! Skippy. Hello, hellos. Let's stop. Is volume on? Hold up. Volume is not on. Alright, nice. It has been turned on now. Hello, hello. I took a huge nap, so I'm gonna be super awake for this now. I have full energy. I have beyond energy. I slept a little too much, even. Makes up for the sleep deprivation from before, though, so yay. Let's continue now. Alright. Oh yeah, we were at this decision. Nice. Today we finish this run. Hopefully. I mean, we definitely will. I'll definitely... if we have to, we'll go on for super long just to finish it. Because, I mean, we finished one route in like 9 hours. We got this. We got this shit. And again, when I have a puzzle, y'all better let me do it. Even if it looks like I'm dying, and then I'll be like, hey, I need help, and then you can be like, okay, sure. We'll finally help this dumbass. Like 3 or 4 puzzles per run. Yeah, I think so. I remember one run had a lot of puzzles, though. You did, Flint. I appreciate. Especially with how much I was struggling last time. Hexadecimals. I hate them. It wasn't as bad as I remembered, if anything. I remember when I was younger, I didn't even understand the mechanisms. I just kind of, like, brute forced it somehow. I don't know how I did it, because I did not understand how it worked. I understood it now, at least, but back then I didn't understand how it, like, jumped from, like, letters to numbers. I didn't understand that whole coding system. Yeah, look up why hexadecimal. Why? What is the point? What is it for? I don't understand. Anyway. Hecking not nerds. Whatever, BB. You got 2 choices, 7 or 8. You can't choose 3. If you choose 3, you're gonna be leaving 3 people behind to die. Who would do such a thing? What are you gonna do? 7 or 8, time to choose. Jinpei thought hard. After thinking over, he decided. I haven't actually decided. I want to say 7, because I want to see what happens. I know Vivi chose 8, so Vivi knows what happens over there. I, like, don't remember what leads up to what. Because we can keep going with Lotus. I mean, we did do a 7 run only last time, didn't we? Should we do like a Lotus run this time? Even though Lotus in this run is not the best so far. She's something. You did a Clover run? Well, I assume you hang out with Clover in either one of these, because when Santa was going over the stuff, he was like... Or I guess when Santa went over it, then Junpei put the math together and he was like, this and this equals, we're gonna go with these guys. Like, I really want to hang out with Clover, but I assume Clover is in both of these, so I'm not worried too much. And I don't think we can hang out with Santa in either of these either. Like, I think Santa's in any other group than we're in. Except for if we choose 3. Oh, you can pick Lotus and Santa or Lotus and Clover on door 8. Can you choose who you want to go with? Yeah, I assume it doesn't let us choose. It's just like, nope, you're growing with Lotus and Clover. According to the plans. Yeah. According to what Junpei came up with, but Junpei's not the one running things right now. He's only running things when he forces it to run, like in door 3. Let's go with Lotus. Why not? We're gonna be going with all of these anyway, so we'll go with Lotus for now. Sure. I understand. I guess I don't have a choice then. Alright, I choose door 8. Okay, 8 it is. Yeah. Alright then, that means June's gotta go through 7.
Huh? Why?
June's face was blank and confused. Santa muttered to himself and turned to Junpei. Junpei, you figured it out yet? Can you explain it to her? Junpei chose his words carefully. When Junpei finally finished, June looked as though she was about to cry.
Oh no! You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side, though, through whatever trials they were prepared to face. But he knew that if he were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. Or did they? He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean, they're connected somewhere?
Yeah. Probably.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected. I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
Well, if they don't connect, neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right there, or here. Ugh. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9th door. June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise. June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod.
Yeah. Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment. Oh, you guys are done, right? He stretched and continued. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure it'll take 7 and Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover? Yeah, we can't choose. But Santa, we want to hang out with you too. Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. All right, ready to go? Let's move. At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Santa, 7, and June walked through door 7, while Clover, Lotus, and Junpei headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. Then Lotus laid her hand against her chest and turned to Junpei and Clover. Are you ready? Yeah.
Yeah.
Then shall we go? The door had opened. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelet had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. Junpei! He looked to his left, towards door 7. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. I thought it said 15 seconds for a second. They just stood there for 15 seconds and Lotus and Clover are just screaming. Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered doors slam shut behind him. You know, I appreciate that they killed the 9th man so early because it really creates that tension going through the door at this point, you know? Like you're like, oh shit, we could explode if we make a mistake. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep. 81 seconds left. Hurry. Lotus snapped at him and ran to the dead. Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could. Phew. It stopped. With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm, aloof, perhaps.
Pointless.
She muttered to herself, without emotion, and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Oh no! I just realized Clover's gonna be a little bit pissy because of what happened, because we kind of skimmed through it this time. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity. What an unpleasant girl. I bet she's not very popular with the boys. The sarcasm seemed a little more biting than was perhaps necessary, but she sighed and stared after the younger girl. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed. Ooh. You think they got hoodwinked? Dun dun. The hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead end. Set into the wall on the left side was a large iron door. For a few minutes, they stood in front of the door, examining it. Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it. A laboratory, huh? That doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of this place. Me either, but there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices. Junpei. Huh? Please, you first. Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect. Ugh. Junpei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division. Junpei walked to the window and looked through. What the hell? He wasn't sure what else to say. In the center of a room shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical examine table. That looks so creepy. Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to him. You don't think that thing is going to suddenly sit up or something, do you? Well, I don't know. I mean, look at all the cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know. Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying. She was gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hands white. It was then that Junpei noticed Clover. She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn and somehow sad. There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her and, as kindly as he could, spoke. Are you okay? Clover looked away.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet.
What? I can't be quiet if I want you.
Well, I mean, of course you can,
Okay then, if I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay?
Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together. Clover bit her lip and was silent for a moment, then suddenly...
Junpei, you just don't get it!
A cry took Junpei by surprise, and he stumbled backwards a few steps, alarmed.
My brother's not the kind of person who'd just leave me behind. Something happened to him. Something bad.
Junpei had nothing to say. I'm sure he's fine. Lotus jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned towards them. What happened? Clover's eyes slid to Lotus, then back to Junpei.
Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone.
Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away. Hey! Wait, Clover! Hold on! He might as well have been talking to a wall, for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. What? Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway. What? Heck! And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis, sealing Clover in.
What the heck? What's going on here?
This is fine. Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could. Hang on, I'll get it open. Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but... It's all going to shit, yep.
Ah!
Ugh. Damn it, it's not moving.
Wait! Are you just gonna give up? Just like that?
No, I'm not giving up. This has got to be another one of Zero's puzzles. If it is, then there's got to be a way to open it. Junpei nodded. Bye forever, Clover. Just what I was thinking. Now all we gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there.
Oh. Yeah, I'm on it.
Seek a way out! Here we go.
Junpei, do something, please.
No, we can't. Okay. We can't look at anything from through there. Silver handrail. A window made of really thick glass. I don't even think a bullet could break it. Whole bunch of steel lockers. Yeah, not being quiet now, are you, Clover? That's mean. The 9 on the right all have little red lights on them. Red lights, huh? Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Locked tight, all 9 of them.
I wonder if there's anything important in there. Ethanol! What is ethanol used for again? Ethanol. I wonder if this is for antisepsis. Oh, it says anhydrous ethanol. Fire. Anhydrous. Is that different from the regular ethanol? Come on, that is common knowledge. Anhydrous ethanol is a powerful cleanser. It can even erase marks left by a permanent marker.
Oh, it's flammable. Yeah, I was like, is it used to put out fires or? Definitely not.
This is a computer. The power isn't on.
Aren't all liquids flammable? I don't think that's the case.
This is a waste of time. What? I don't see a power cable. Oops, yeah, you're right. No power cable. This thing isn't even connected to a main computer, though. It's got a monitor, keyboard, mouse, but that's it. Just sticking the power cable in isn't gonna do anything. Oh, I don't know about that. This is a keyhole. This looks like a keyhole for the activation key. I think this thing's supposed to be to power that machine in the other room. Well, it doesn't appear to be doing that. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. This is a really old type of keyboard. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can say for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these things. Which one? The one on top. I think it is a power cable. The power cable, huh? I'll take that.
She looks better here as opposed to any other route.
This is definitely a power cable.
Oh, but her mouth was like lower than where it should be.
Oh.
I noticed that for when I was playing Phantasy Star Online 2. Wait, Phantasy Star 0, not online. Where like the characters had like weird blips all around them. On my totally legit thing. Ugh. Yeah, just mess around with the settings. Sometimes games have like a thing where if you mess with the settings, it cancels all 3D textures. But I think in a game like this, it should be fine. Or it like makes some textures really weird.
Anything that didn't have power? What? There's no way. The hands on the clock have stopped moving. The clock may stop, but time goes on. No time to screw around. We need to figure out a way out of here.
I will say that compared to like the Ace Attorney games, the PC sprite for like the remake sprites for this game are actually pretty good looking. I have the PS.
Sorry. I have the PS4 version of this, so I can do Virtue's Last Reward.
But I prefer using this one, if only because of
Memories.
Also, yeah, what's an emulator? I don't understand what that word means. I've never heard of it before.
There are two levers here. Do you think they activate something? Well, why don't you move one? Alright, I'll give it a try. Nope. Doesn't look like anything has happened.
Oh, okay, now let me click on anything else. Oh, open emu. Why aren't you using Desmume? I mean, what? What are these words? I don't know what I'm saying right now. I think I'm being possessed. Another power cable. One of the cable needs to be connected to a monitor and the other needs to be plugged in under the desk. Let's just slip you in. Huh? Well, shoot, I can't use this. What is wrong? The cable has 3 prongs, but the socket has only 2 holes. So the cable is English, but the socket is American. Bingoos. It's not gonna fit, is what I'm saying. Hecking US plug sockets. In other words, we are going to need a plug to change the power cable to one with 2 prongs. Or Asian, I think. I think they also have 2 plug sockets. That's right. Hey Clover, how are you doing?
I don't know what kind of table it is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen lying over here. I think someone probably used it to make the table black.
Well, if they only use the pen on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all that pen. Clover, do you think you can erase it?
Yeah, sure. Oh, it's permanent marker. Junpei, do you know how to erase ink from permanent marker?
Well, how convenient. Erase ink from permanent marker, huh? Give me just a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. If I could find something that could get rid of that ink, I could hand it over to Clover. Through the bars. Okay. Yo, Clover! That's such a sad socket. Clover, use this ethanol. You should be able to wipe off that permanent ink with it.
What am I gonna wipe with?
Oh, well, your clothes, of course.
Ah!
Just kidding. Just kidding. Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. God damn it. Look for some cloth, Clover. I don't know.
Is this like an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys.
Hey, Clover. How are the power cables over there?
Huh? What do you mean?
Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2?
I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look.
Guess she does have to kind of crouch down to get a look under there.
The cable on the monitor has it's got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean?
Oh, that's it. Okay, can you unplug the cable and bring it over here?
Okay, but...
But?
Well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you.
Oh, damn it, that's no good then.
How about just the plug?
What?
The plug? Maybe more like, a connector? It's the sort of thing that makes a plug with the 3 metal thingies into a plug with 2 metal thingies. Still useless?
Oh, nice. Oh, not useless useless at all. That's just what we're looking for.
Okay. Can you hold on for a little bit?
And back down she goes.
All right. Unplugged. I'll hand it over to you through the bars, okay?
Before this is all just for a cloth. Anyway, can you wipe off that permanent ink? Look, Clover. Right now, at this moment, you're the only person we can depend on. I'm trusting you with this.
Hee, you trust me? I feel kind of special.
What? Did you give me the plug?
Oh.
Hey, Clover. And she's just wandering around the table. I don't think she even knows that we're calling her. Did she give me the plug? I can't tell. I'm not trying to! Just asking her for help. It looks like this door is the exit. The door on the right just goes into the laboratory. Nope, this door isn't going anywhere. Random thought. Why did we have to use the chicken thigh to bash up the ice? I figured we would just bash it against the ground. Right? I accidentally used that. Like, that wasn't where my thought went. Point and click moon logic. It won't open. I mean, that's about as much as I expected. I don't think Zero would just let us out of the room quite that easily. What about this one? Click the control for an electronic door lock. There's a red light on the display. That means it's locked. If we can get that light to turn green, maybe we can get Clover back. Hey, Clover. There's a door over here, too.
Wait! I'll be right there!
I can hear her over there. Is this door gonna...
Damn it. I can't open it. Clover, what about your side?
It won't work! I can't even move the knob!
Like, just drop it on the ground while it's wrapped up. That should be safe, at least. It's not like it's gonna go all over the place. Can we connect this now? Is that a thing we can do? Did we not get the thing from Clover? Got a power cable without the two-pronged plug. It can't be connected. I thought she gave it to us! Clover! Hey, Clover!
Clover, there's a door in the back, isn't there?
Wait, right there! I'll take a look. Oh no, it's locked! I can't get it to move!
It's on our inventory. It's not even connected to the thing. It's just like she didn't give it to us. Clover, please! Clover's holding the two-pronged plug, but she's just wandering around the table. I think she's forgotten about the plug. Clover!
It's a rack! There's a bunch of cables on it. Someone cut the outer stuff from the tables. I can see the wires inside.
Clover, we just told you to give it to us!
I wonder what this is. This thing here looks like a voltmeter. And is this a control for that? Gosh, there's so many dials.
Why don't you try turning one of them?
Nope, nothing. There's no power here, guys. I turned the dial a whole bunch, but even if I turn all the switches on, nothing happens.
Yeah, she's not giving it to us at the bars. We were like, hey, hey Clover, what's up? Hey, Clover. And she's just wandering around. Maybe if I don't have this on or something. No. She still doesn't care. Oh, is that like a... Oh, I guess I can't look at it from here.
I don't know, you know. There's a bunch of cords hanging from the bottom. There's a lot of cords. It looks like they all go over here into the mannequin's head. The device and the...
Oh, so the device and mannequin are connected. What the hell were they doing in there? Oh man, back when this laboratory was active, that wasn't a mannequin in there, I bet. There's a real-life human being on the table. I wonder what... No, I don't want to think about that.
I guess this is a drain for water, huh? Well, there's nothing here. Those are the stairs I just came down. The bars and the gate are just above me. I wonder what they washed here. There are these weird colored stains all over the sink.
Oh.
Hey, Clover, can you use that cloth on a table?
Use, huh?
Soak it in the ethanol and then use it to wash off the stuff from the permanent marker, yeah?
Right, okay. So I gotta wash the cloth with ethanol.
Well, she's got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to get to work on the stuff on the table.
Can I have a look at the pen symbol?
Soak the cloth in ethanol and... Junpei! It's working! It's wiping the permanent ink off! Huh? Some kind of weird drawing under the permanent ink.
What's the deal with that drawing Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table.
Wonder what this is? There's a bunch of numbers in some kind of grid. Can't see it from here.
Oh, I can't see it from here. Clover, you've got a pen and a notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and then hand them over to me through the bars? And also the cable too while you're at it.
Roger! Yeah, Junpei. I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here.
Paper with the numbers on it acquired.
Here you go! 2-prong plug.
Thanks.
God damn it, Clover.
Put the 2-prong plug onto the head of the power cable. Let's look at that file we got. Oh. Alright, got the 2-pronged power cable in my hand. Pretty sure this will work. Under the desk I go. Let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, that ought to do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. I don't think anything's gonna happen. Why not? Well, it's not connected to the main computer. You never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. Junpei pushed the button on the front of the monitor. With a soft hum, it turned on. Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen. He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this. Huh? It's actually working? So it would seem. Isn't that kind of weird? What? Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? There's just this keyboard and monitor. The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. Why is it working? Maybe it is a wireless display. Clearly, this was a reasonable explanation for Lotus. A wireless display? Yes. It connects to your computer wirelessly. Hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei? He most certainly had not, but... Is that normal? Yes, at least where I worked. As they spoke, the lines of letters suddenly stopped and disappeared. The only thing left on the screen was the word pass, followed by a colon. It looks like we need to enter a password. Again, there must be a hint around here somewhere. Could you go take a look? Yeah, I'm on it. What are you gonna do? I'll see if I can do something about this on my own. On your own? Yep, on my own. Lotus pulled over the nearest chair and dropped herself down onto it in front of the keyboard. For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, the knuckles popping, twisted her back left, then right. All right, let's kick some ass. Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Then before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed, the click-clack on the keys running together like the machine gun fire. What? Junpei was, for once, at a loss for words. Didn't expect that, did you? Of course I didn't. Lotus grinned, pleased with herself. Well, at any rate, that was pretty amazing. Hehe, did you fall for me again? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean again? I'm not into you. I know. Don't be so stubborn, shy boy.
Lotus, you're like 40. Junpei's like, I don't know, a college student? I want to say like 20? 22 at most.
I'm not being stubborn. I'm not shy, and I'm not a boy. I am a young, healthy, 21-year-old man. I'm not gonna fall for an old lady like you. Whoa, Junpei.
Suddenly, the guttural roar of a furious animal filled the room. Or so Junpei thought for just a moment. Lotus's hand suddenly stopped, and her shoulders stiffened.
Old lady. Did you just say? Old lady.
Aw, crap, thought Junpei. I went too far.
Oh well, it was a nice life while it lasted. I've had enough of you. Go somewhere else. You are bothering me. What? Go see if you can find a password hint or something. I will try and open this from here. You are distracting me. Go. Now.
Lotus waved her hand in the universal gesture of dismissal. Junpei was clearly not wanted.
Time to cut my losses, Junpei thought, and left as quietly and inoffensively as he could.
I don't think he left inoffensively. Not after that comment.
Junpei wandered around the room for a while, looking for anything that might help find the password for the computer. Unfortunately,
like, I didn't mean she was old. I'm just saying in comparison to Junpei, she's a little bit older than him. But Junpei went too far there. He found no clues whatsoever. Nothing. He asked Clover if there was anything useful in the laboratory, but her answer was no. Damn, he thought. Looks like we've hit a dead end this time. I didn't insult her, okay? That was Junpei. Just as he was about to tell Lotus that his search had returned nothing.
all right. Bullseye. Junpei, I did it.
Excited cheering erupted from near the monitor. He hurried back to find Lotus looking rather smug. She gestured for him to look at the screen, and he did. The strange text from before was gone. In its place was something entirely different.
Oh shit, it's a thing!
9 squares arranged in the 3x3 square.
What is that?
I don't have any idea. It just showed up after I cracked the password.
You think it's a puzzle?
It certainly looks like one.
As she spoke, Lotus stood up.
Uh-huh.
Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff?
I can't do any more. It won't let me do any more programming. See, the keyboard. Nothing. There's nothing more I can do. Well, I guess I will just leave this to you then, Junpei. What? Let me take a break, all right? I did my part.
He wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself. From here on out, he told himself, he would rely on no one else.
Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle showed it on the screen. What the shit? This fourth touch is your end. Why would they call it that? Why would they say that? The fourth touch is your end. Thanks. Do I have to get all of them green? Oh. That was easy. All right. Hi, Joe. I solved it. Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where did it come from? The door? Question mark? This door? This looks like the control for some kind of electronic lock. The red light is on. Clover's note tells you what order. Really? Oh, huh. And it's gotta be locked. There's a green light just below it, although that one isn't lit. I bet it'll turn off if we unlock it, right? Yes, but how are we going to unlock it? There's no keyhole, no card reader, and no keyboard for putting in a password. I have no idea. Locked up tight, not gonna open. What about the grills?
Junpei, thank you so much for everything.
Whoa, what's this all about?
And also, sorry I messed up.
Hey, we can talk about this when we get out, okay? Just hang on, Clover. I'm gonna get you out of there right away.
Yay!
I think this is the first time I've actually seen a genuine smile out of this chick. Oh, this must have opened. Look, Junpei. The lights on the lockers are green. Then we must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. There's more than one key in here. This one is small and looks like it goes in some sort of machine. And this one has the Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches the keyhole in a door on A deck. Well, if that is the case, we probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright then, Earth key. I'll just tuck you away deep in my pocket. Now, as for the other key, you wanted to be her big bro. It was just at that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover.
Hey Junpei, do you have a minute?
He put the puzzle aside for the moment and walked over to Clover. Oh, what's up?
Well, never mind.
Hey, hold on a minute. What does...
Sorry. Just forget about it. It's nothing.
Before he could say anything else, she spun around and ran back down the stairs. What the hell was that? After waiting a few minutes to see if she would return, Junpei sighed, shook his head, and went back to searching. Oh, Clover. This key, the shape sure makes it seem like it goes into this machine. Alright, I'm turning it on. Okay, monitor's on now. And it's full of letters. Oh. It is showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. Okay. Oh.
Something sticking out of the mannequin's head, like wires or something.
What the hell were they doing in there? Why is she all quiet now?
They were doing experiments on humans. Probably.
Oh man, now she looks sad. Clover, no.
Junpei! This thing in here's on now.
Yeah, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Could you, like, play with it a little?
Okay. Yeah. I'll turn this dial here. I don't think it's working. Nothing happened.
Well, maybe she missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again. Maybe if you increase the voltage.
Roger. Will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max voltage.
Max voltage? Hey! Wait, Clover. Oh shit!
What? I think, oopsies.
God damn!
Oh my god! The mannequin's head!
Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. What the hell? Fire detected, fire detected. The emergency system will now be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. Whoops! Mannequin's head is on fire! Okay, it looks kind of funny, but this is no laughing matter. If I don't do something, Clover will.
Hey, Junpei! Do something! This is your fault!
My fault? Is it?
Junpei! It's so hot in here! Help me!
The thing! Water, I don't know. Oh, it's open! The control device for the electronic door lock. The green light is on. Junpei, look at the light. Yeah, it's green. The emergency system has activated and disabled the lock. Now we can save Clover.
Junpei!
Come on, kid, jump. She's safe. Oh man, that smoke is some serious business. And to close this door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Damn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk.
Of course I'm not alright! What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? I was almost dead!
Hey, blame Lotus a little bit here. She's also responsible, kind of. Sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this later. Right now, we need to get the hell out of here. That fire is not going to stay in that room forever. Whoops. Wish to be open at least. That was a surprisingly simple room. Junpei, Clover, and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them. Also, we didn't get that much trivia in that room. Or any trivia. Kind of surprised. All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest. His whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one, he could feel his body begin to calm down. All right, let's go. They nodded to each other and started off down the hallway. Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked. Soon, they had tried all of the doors but one. The final door sat at a corner of the hallway. Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. There was no doubt the voice belonged to...
Junpei!
He spun around. There, at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running towards him. 3 of them. June, Santa, and Seven. They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air. Hey, what are you guys doing here? What? But we didn't... Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Guys, could you come over here?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the ship's interior. It said C deck in the upper right left corner. Or, in the upper left corner. Ugh. Most likely, they assumed, it was a map for the floor they were on. Door 7 and... Door 8. The map confirmed what they already knew. Both the doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. In fact...
Oh yeah, isn't that what I said? Till we find the 9th door, 0 ain't gonna split us up. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open the door 9. That's how the Nonary game works.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to wariness. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. As one, they all moved back towards the door Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to open. He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pockets, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke, without looking back at the other 5. Ready? I'm gonna open it. They nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. The same room they'd been in not very long ago. The tremendous central hospital room, with empty beds from wall to wall.
Ace!
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors. One sec. I have tea here, and I haven't sipped it once during this whole session. I've done the smart move, and lately I've only been making tea in a thermos, so it's safe, it's warm. Yeah, don't worry, I did the big brain move, because I'm like, I'm not gonna sip it too much, but I also don't want to take a bunch of tea breaks. Alright, that was 1 puzzle in 1 hour. We're making time. He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He'd managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report. At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I'm sure you'll be back for me. I did hope you would come back, but I confess, I didn't think you would be back so soon. Ace shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw each other again, and we ain't dead. I'd say that's good enough.
7 smiled.
Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? Talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Here.
Seven tossed something small and metallic towards Junpei. He caught it and found that the object was a key. Oh, so we have the Jupiter key and the... what was it? Earth key? On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to 4. He looked over at June, who nodded back. It had to be the Jupiter symbol.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that, alright?
Yeah, got it. I don't know why everyone keeps giving it to me, but okay. Junpei tucked the new key into his pocket. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Earth key, which had been found in the laboratory. The Saturn key, which had been found in the kitchen. The Jupiter key, which Seven had just handed to Junpei. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for that door at the end of the long straight hallway, right?
Well, yeah. If the map's right, that connects to the central staircase. Then, next to the stairs...
Wait,
They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words.
what about door 3?
Oh, look. You saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It just leads us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point. At least there is for me.
No! Clover, you don't want to see what's behind that door! There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at Seven as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. Seven looked everywhere in the room except at Clover and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace.
Very well. I will be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So 7, you'll help me, won't you? Huh? Me?
Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7 equals 12, 1 plus 2 equals 3. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last he gave up.
Damn. Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh? Yes, you are. Alright, let's get moving.
And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and Seven would discover what lay beyond door 3, but we wouldn't. I think there was also like another key over there, right? Like, I forget which door, but there was maybe, I think the Venus door or something. There was definitely another key, which is what we got out of that door. Maybe it was the sun key, yeah.
Okay, we're heading out.
Be careful.
Whoa, didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus. Ugh.
Don't let it get to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9th door.
Ugh. The truth comes out.
Seven nodded and as if this answer made much more sense, and pulled the lever on the red. Okay, let's go. The door opened, and Ace, Clover, and Seven jumped through it. Six, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily. Alright, we should get moving too. Huh?
Get moving.
where are we going?
Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused.
Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain. I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key. Yes. If we are lucky, we might find Snake.
They were at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms. The Jupiter symbol was engraved on the keyhole.
All right, Junpei. Open it if you please.
Yeah, on it. Junpei rolled back the Jupiter key out of his pocket, or pulled out the Jupiter key from his pocket, and slid it into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. All right, ready, guys? Junpei's companions nodded. He nodded back, then slowly, quietly opened the door. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase. Great. Back to the beginning. Sure this is a good idea? What do you mean? Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here. Of course there's a reason. Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky. Huh? This. Junpei pulled two things out of his pockets. The Saturn key card. And the Earth key. Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. After several long moments, during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him.
Don't you remember, Santa? On C-Deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A-Deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So the two keys that Jumpy has
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A-Deck, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa.
Alright, I got it. Let's get started then. What to say we split into two teams? Lois and I will search the Earth one, so you two can search the Saturn, alright?
Sounds good. Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided that their initial search should be brief, only 10 minutes. They'd meet back near the staircase once they were done.
Oh god. I remember this shit.
What did you miss? You didn't miss any decisions, at least. Well, okay, we were like... Silly Santa. We know what we're doing, for surezies. That was it, pretty much. And we split off while Clover and Ace and Seven went to go look at dead bodies. Sure enough, there was a card reader bolted to the wall next to the left elevator. He lined up the Saturn card key and swiped it through the reader. A light on the upper left corner blinked to life. Great. Looks like it's working now.
All right. Now how do I call the elevator?
There was a single button to the right of the elevator door. On the button was an upside-down triangle, the universal symbol for down. There didn't appear to be an up button. Junpei pushed it. He didn't have much of a choice. Ooh! What an inviting-looking elevator.
It opened. Look, Jumpy.
Oh god, I remember this bit. June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety. Sweet, it opened. Let's get going. He grinned at June and stepped towards the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm.
What? Well, wait!
Oh, what?
I'm not really. Oh gosh.
Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of being locked up alone with a boy. Vivi, you know I'm gonna pick that shit. I remember the scene. They could only go down. After a little thought, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous about being locked up in such a small space alone with a boy. In a way, it was kinda cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another. At least, they didn't have to be. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was. Come on, let's go. Again, he stepped towards the elevator. And again, he felt himself restrained.
I said, wait a minute!
Why?
Aren't you afraid, Jumpy?
Afraid of what?
Well, I've never, you know.
She'd never been in an elevator with a man alone before? Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed.
I might get wet.
What?
Down there, I'd get soaking wet.
Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else.
That's true. You don't mind?
Mind what?
Getting wet.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd probably, you know, like it.
Gosh, Jumpy, you're so brave.
Really? I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, you know? What happens, happens, right? If you get the chance, you just gotta go for it. That's what a man's supposed to do, I guess.
You're so cool, Jumpy. I really admire you.
That doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you would admire someone for.
I'm really scared.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, you've never done it before.
Yeah. So I don't think I'll be able to last very long, and then it'll be over.
Over?
Yeah. I'll go to heaven.
Heaven?
It feels kind of like you're floating in space, and your mind gets all funny, fuzzy, like when you pass out. At least, that's what I've heard from the people who've experienced it.
Yeah. I've heard that too. Although I don't think the same thing happens to guys.
What?
Huh?
But it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? It would happen to anyone. Once it gets into your body, the same thing happens to everyone.
Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man. I mean, generally.
Yes, it does. Well, eventually it will. It's not like you really have a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it eventually.
What are you trying to do to me?
Nothing. I'm not gonna do anything to you. I'm just saying that that's what happens. It's a psychological reaction to what you're experiencing.
Was that really how it happened? It occurred to Junpei that perhaps that was how it worked. Perhaps he'd been mistaken all these years. Had he misunderstood life so gravely? The thought terrified him. June seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror.
I know most men would probably have larger lungs, but even then, I don't think you could hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually, you'd have to breathe, and then the water would get into your lungs. Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore, and you'll start to feel that floaty feeling as you pass out.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what June was trying to say and why she was so scared. Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long.
See?
She was afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor that they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them down to the lower decks. And the floor below the one they were on, D deck, should be completely submerged. That meant... Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right?
Well, yeah, I guess it did. Didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise like it was moving, and then it stopped, or opened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So take a look inside. Junpei jerked his head towards the interior of the elevator. It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry.
Oh, you're right, they are.
She looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed. Well, let's test it.
Test it?
Yeah, watch this. Junpei put out one foot in the elevator and bent around the corner of the door until he could see the floor buttons. There were only two, E and C. He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. A few moments later, they heard the sound of the elevator door grinding open several floors below. Junpei nodded to June and pressed the elevator button again. A few moments later, the elevator returned. The door slid open, and just as Junpei had expected, there was no water to be found. See? Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. June, however, still looked confused.
What does that mean? How can the E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water?
Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft in E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you. He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration.
I see. So is this why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it all from filling with water.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket. So, I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, alright?
But...
Come on, just do it, alright? He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze and hopped onto the elevator. He pushed the E button and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision, when suddenly,
with you.
Huh?
At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways, just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors. June jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late. The door had shut. He and June were in the elevator, and it was heading down to E deck. He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on E deck. The elevator stopped and the door slid open. They stepped off onto the floor outside the elevator. Nothing seemed especially unusual. No fish going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. That's right, Flint. You get ominous silence. There was, however, a blowfish. Or at least something that looked very much like one. Oh. Hey, puppy face! June's cheeks were puffed out and her mouth a tiny, intense frown. Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This pot hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here. June looked around nervously, and then... exhaled.
You're right. It's not flooded at all.
See?
But there's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
What's going to happen if the ceiling breaks?
Junpei thought about that for a moment. Well, we'd probably get really wet up there.
Huh?
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back.
Okay. Good idea.
Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one. Well, we can't go over there.
Right.
Then perhaps... In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening. He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner. God, that's so ominous. A long, straight hallway stretched out in front of him. What would make the digital root of 6? $15, right? Three, two, one. Yeah, 3, 2, 1. And then also 5, 6, 4. So Clover, June, and Junpei.
7, 5, and 3 would also work, right? We can't use 2 anymore because 2 is not here, as we know.
Yeah, let's go have a look. Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6. I knew it.
This is a number door.
And indeed, there was a red bolted down to the wall right next to the door. Of course, with only 2 people, there wasn't much they could do with it. Alright, let's head back.
Yeah.
Junpei and June turned and headed back to C deck. On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall. As it turned out, it was a burnt map of the ship's interior for E deck. Oh. Actually, I should probably save just in case I accidentally quit and I'm like, well, shit. Huh. Ooh. Huh. So you guys found door 1. They'd met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. Apparently, there was another numbered door on A deck, just like the one on E deck, beyond the door that the Earth key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door. All told, they had discovered 2 new doors, the 6 door and the 1 door. It is interesting that E deck wasn't flooded. Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought. Well, we don't know if all of E deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator. Even so, it is still very interesting. You said the 6 doors there, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. That would have meant that some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior. It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah. I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost.
It would have been a ton, that's for sure. Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization, with access to a whole lot of cash. Yes, it does make sense. That thought made all of them go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing.
I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here.
June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes. Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already. Well, June, Junpei, and I should be able to open door 1. Huh? You guys leaving me behind? Oh, we could go the June and Lotus route.
Just kidding.
Alright, let's go. Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room.
Hey, where the hell did you guys go?
It was Seven. Ace was right behind him and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back. It looked as though there was something strange about them. Seven had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely.
No.
For a long moment, they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at Seven. What happened?
What the hell kind of question is that?
Seven was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling and his voice was strained.
Steak is...
Seven couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke. Snake is dead. He died, just as the ninth man did. It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three were frozen in place, their faces white.
Oh my god. That's not true, is it?
We should make sure. Yeah, right, we should. They nodded to one another and headed to the number 3 door.
Wait, not that way.
They stopped short and turned to look at Seven. He was pointing at the door with no number. Ah, he is using screwdrivers.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Where is he?
The shower room on the left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too to keep the door open.
We can get in without going through the number door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Their new destination cleared, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Him big smart! Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall. It hadn't been open the way when they'd been through before, but now, just as Seven had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open. They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside.
Ugh. It smells horrible.
Lotus crinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut. Yeah, it's pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke. It was just as bad as they had said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat, to pound against the entrance in his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged. They didn't have to wonder where the body was. There was blood everywhere. A few arms of the splatter reached towards them as they walked through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider. June, you should stay here.
But
Please, just do me a favor, okay? Alright? He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hands on her shoulder, as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole, turned and walked towards the end of the divider. It's just like spaghetti! We have the spaghetti conversation again. Felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh, torn from the body, sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast, ragged hole had been torn in the torso. What remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall, become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down from the walls, even as they dried to it. He's doing it again, and I have to read it again! They're not letting me skip this one. Just like I said. Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own. Just like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut. Yeah, it's still a new scene because, I mean, you have like them being like, but Ace told us this. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painful white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. Junpei! His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, the grey slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. No mistake about that. It's a snake. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained. Junpei heard it catch in her throat. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than any living should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Oh!
Snake. One of us might be the killer, and one of us might be Zero. Woo! I'm not sure. Maybe he's not. He wasn't sure.
Hey, I'm just wondering about one thing. And what's that? How can you be so sure that Zero's on the ship? Ace's eyebrows shot up. Really, Junpei? I confess, I'm a little disappointed. Usually, you're rather sharp. Isn't it obvious? Obvious? How so? This ship. Huh? Zero said this ship several times when he addressed us. I am Zero, captain of this ship. Purpose of the game is simple. Leave this ship alive. As you have no doubt surmised, this ship has begun to sink. If he weren't here, he wouldn't say this ship, would he? He'd be saying something like that ship, or the ship. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Maybe. Ace's explanation made perfect sense. Junpei felt a little foolish that he hadn't seen it himself. Still, he was left with a question, and it was one of no small importance. Yeah, a bit of a jump in logic, as like the many of us who make grammatical mistakes very often understand. Like, if anyone caught me out for like let's say a family member of mine had like mysteriously died, and I was like, before they died, I was like, they were really cool. And someone was like, you said that they were really cool, as if they're already dead. And it's like, well, I say that anyway. I'm just thinking about that Sherlock Holmes case where he caught her out because she said he was a great man, and Sherlock was like, you said was, but he's still he's only missing. And I was like, really? That's your evidence here? Classic Sherlock. If Zero was on the ship, where is he? Suddenly, everyone went very quiet, because we've read this before.
That's crazy! There's no way he's one of us!
Oh, isn't the ship gonna sink in a few hours? If Zero was here with us, he'd be putting himself into danger. Why the hell would he do something like that? There's no motive. Clover looked up at Junpei. Her face fell.
You don't believe me.
Her eyes were so pitiful. The moment Junpei's met them, he felt his heart tighten. He didn't think what he said was wrong, but perhaps the way he'd said it had been. He'd been too insensitive. Clover had just lost her brother. His death would have been bad enough, but she'd also seen the blasted wreck of his body. Junpei barely knew him, and the sight had been enough to make him sick. What Clover had felt, he couldn't begin to imagine. In the mental state she must have been in, it was understandable that she would look at those around her with suspicion. She felt everyone was against her. The least Junpei could have done was try to understand what she was feeling. Oops. He felt ashamed of what he'd said. Perhaps he thought, I should apologize. But before that apology could begin... Clover, I understand what you're feeling. You don't feel you can trust any of us. Ace had beaten Junpei to the punch. He can probably say it better than us, to be fair. As he spoke to Clover, his face was calm and friendly. But you have to understand, the more we distrust one another, the further we fall into our true foe's trap. Zero was the one who did those horrible things to your brother. Do you want to let yourself be manipulated by someone who would do such a horrible thing? Clover didn't answer. She didn't even look at Ace. The whole time, her eyes were on Junpei. He could feel Clover's eyes boring into him. They were the color of a deep winter lake. Junpei saw no suspicion in them, only sadness. Then, in that horrible silence... Oh shit. They heard a bell begin to ring. It was a clock at the central staircase. 3 in the morning! Oh no! We only have 3. Oh. Then we need to move now. 7. Clover. I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you? 7 and Clover remained silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, far away. We must go. We have very little time left. Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going. Their next destination was Mercury. It sat, bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen, between the 2 elevators. The Mercury card reader. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury keycard. 7 had given him the card. I thought it when we were checking out the shower room. At least that's what he'd said. Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light in the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise. Now they were ready. Junpei and June had been chosen as the investigators. The reason being, they had been to E-Deck before and no one else had. As before, Junpei sent the elevator ahead to make sure the floor they were heading to wasn't flooded. As before, the elevator returned as dry as when it had left. Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator. There were only 2 floor buttons they could push. The C and bottom buttons. The rest were destroyed or did nothing when pushed. Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward. Sometime later, Junpei and June stepped off the elevator onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end.
Oh. We went through that door before. This is a numbered door.
This is the 8th one we found. Oh shit! 8 doors! There were 2 number doors on B deck, near the central staircase. There were doors 4 and 5. There were 3 more number doors in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8. Junpei and June had found another door on E deck, and Lotus and Santa had found a 7th on the A deck. There was a 6th on the door on E deck. So wait, we went through doors 4, wait. It was 4, 5, 3, 8, and 2 in total. We went through 5 doors, right? Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. 3? Did we go? Yeah, no. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. No, wait. 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. We didn't go through 7. Oh, in this route in particular, we went through 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 all together. I'm talking about us specifically. Overall. But yeah, they've gone through 5 doors in total. And a 1 on the door on A deck. 4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now, door 2 stood in front of Junpei. There's only one thing it meant.
Do you think the next door we find?
Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9. So then... Door 2 leads to the submarine, as we remember. So then 1 and 6 would probably lead to 9, maybe? Door 2 leads to the prison. Oh, right, because then they use a key, I think. Yeah, they got the submarine back. Okay. Junpei felt excited. There was something about the excitement that frightened him as well. He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June. Man, I'm real hungry. Every time I get to the spaghetti scene and he talks about spaghetti, I just get really hungry for spaghetti. And I couldn't make the food I wanted to make because I didn't get leeks. Ugh. Alright, let's open these up. The pieces of paper they'd folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. There were 7 of them, all told. They were written on paper pulled from Junpei's notebook, and each one bore a code name and a door.
Oh.
Why had they decided to vote that way? They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors. Well, that wasn't the only reason. Junpei had proposed a voting system, and he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open up and read the pieces of paper. The first one read, Ace requests door 1. Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why? No, we don't have time for that, sorry. Let's keep going. He opened the second one. Next is Santa. He wants door 6. Yeah, that's what I wrote. Junpei continued with the third and fourth and fifth pieces of paper. Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, 7 also wants 2.
Wait a minute! There's no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man.
No. There'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of this stuff like that.
But...
Oh, just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibition-ish grandma.
Please too.
I'm not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes.
Barely.
So, last I checked, that is not a crime.
Maybe, but what about common decency? No one wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
Ugh! I am going to kill you.
Oh my! Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the walls. With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her. Oh jeez. Junpei, read the rest. Right. Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the 6th piece of paper. He opened it. June wants door 6.
Yeah. I don't really have a reason, I just felt like it.
All of the papers, save Junpei's, had been read. He did some quick calculations in his head. People who requested door 1, Ace and Clover. This was the door on A deck near the central staircase. People who requested door 2, 7 and Lotus. This was the door on the bottom deck and could be reached by taking the elevator to the bottom of the ship. People who requested door 6, Santa and June. This was the door on E deck and could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down. It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke. Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through... Junpei, how convenient that you can choose all of a sudden. While everyone else couldn't choose. I guess this is supposed to be a choice he made before. Thinkoos. Or is this evil Junpei coming out again? I want to take door 6 as well. This is clearly a scheme. Of course it's a scheme. I could give Junpei the benefit of doubt and be like, he probably thought about this before. But no, he definitely, that's why he came up with this stupid vote system. Six lets you split up into 2 even teams. That's true, if you go through 2... Wait. What do you mean? So if you go in, so who would go into 1 then?
So we have June and Santa and Junpei going through door 6. Which would be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Plus Ace, 15. I would imagine. And then going through door 1. The remaining people would be Clover. How? Then we'd force Lotus and 7 to go into a door together. Yeah. We could do 6 just to screw them over. Can we take a little break? I do want to go through door 6, but should we take a little break right now?
I want to go eat a thing.
Yeah, we've made some progress. Weirdly enough, we've only done like what? It took us 1 hour to do one of the escape rooms and another hour just talking. That went by fast. I'm surprised that we're at 2 hours already.
Yeah, let's do a tea break.
The cute little doggy corgis just like relaxing on the porch. With spooky music in the background.
See y'all in a sec. Bah, bah, bah.
I have to go back again to actually eat the food, but it's currently cooking.
Ugh. See, this wouldn't have happened if I had the ingredients, so I was able to make the food that I was intending to make. But now I have to make other foods now. Huh. It's fine.
But anyway, let's go through door number 6, shall we? I want to go through door 6. Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. It read Junpei, door 6. Of course it did. He'd written it after all. Oh! Gasp! Did we change the future?
That's a problem. June spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she'd said. None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
Alright, I wasn't thinking about what they wanted. I was thinking about what I wanted. I was like, oh, everyone can perfectly fit around my door plan.
Clover and I chose door 1. Lotus and I chose door 2. That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however. The digital route don't match up either. We got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6. Our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1. Damn. What are we going to do now? What are we gonna do? Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. The others followed suit, but with little results. Eventually, Clover broke the silence.
Why don't Seven and Lotus go through door 1 with me?
Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice, but her logic was sound. Seven and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 8 plus 4 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. Math. The first problem resolved, Ace spoke up. What about me?
Get hecked, old man! Isn't that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I would join Santa's team? Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable given the horrible situation in which she had found herself, but even so. I understand. I will go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door. No one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution. 3 plus 6 plus 5 plus 1 equals 15. We know what that means. 7. Lotus, what do you guys think? I don't have a problem with it. Me either. Alright then, we're good to go. At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7, and Lotus headed to A deck, where door 1 was, near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. I'm gonna sip some water. I'm just thinking about food right now. The ride to E deck was a silent one. Alright, let's go. Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long, straight hallway. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6. One by one, they put their palms over the red. With a soft electronic noise, it authenticated each one of them. The door opened, and all at once, the four of them leapt through it. Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication one by one.
We finally get to hang out with Ace too! Yay!
Oh. It stopped.
Yeah.
Ew, gross old man, where are my ladies at? June can finally thirst over someone that's not Junpei.
The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest, like a frantic, thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat. He'd been through the doors 3 times before, but repetition had not dulled the experience. He was not anxious to find it dulled, however. He had hoped to be free of the ridiculous game long before that happened. All right, let's go. With that attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door. It was a heavy thing made of iron and more than a little threatening. He took hold of the bar that served as its doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks.
Oh! I think this is the first route that I did. Yeah! I'm getting like nostalgia and shit, oh my god. It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal, none of the accents of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional but utterly tremendous. Whoa, what the hell is this? Santa got out a few words before awe stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps. It was easily the largest room they'd seen, and yet it was somehow closed and oppressive. The ceiling was at least 2 stories high, if not significantly more. It was easily several hundred feet across, and appeared to stretch the entire width of the ship. In the center of that gargantuan room stood a massive rounded building. Even from a distance, the sheer bulk of it was oppressive. Junpei could feel the room, the building, even the air pressing down on him. Where are we? Wait, no, is that? Where is this area? Yeah, that's the hospital room. Oh, they must have gone to that room instead. This is a submarine room, right? No, wait, I don't know. No, I know which deck it is, I was just looking around. They're not showing the room over here anyway. They're only showing the chapel, which I thought was going to be the behind door 6, but apparently it's not. Like, now I'm remembering, yeah, it was this room that we went into.
Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important. What? I like how he's correcting himself in his mind. It's actually this, but like, who cares? Alright, let's head downstairs. It was just trivia, yeah. Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way, eventually, to the floor beneath them. This is also where, like, that little bit of psychology came in, which was very interesting. And I could go on and on about it, but I don't want to. Because I've done it like a billion times by this point. You'll see when it happens. They moved around towards the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up. This looks to be the steam engine room. The steam engine room? Yes, the thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. Do you see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine. Though this one is simply somewhat larger. I see. Even if Ace was right, the boiler was boiling nothing as they approached it. The entire room was as silent as a grave. Suddenly, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees. Oh shit! Hey, what's wrong? Are you alright? He dashed towards her and wrapped his arms around her shoulders to steady her. It was then that he noticed. You're really warm. Is your fever coming back?
Yeah. Yeah, it probably is. But I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. I just need to rest, and I'll be fine.
Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did. Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. She let her head fall back against the wall as if she no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath. Her eyes were empty, as if she was having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Junpei felt his hand ball itself into a fist and clench tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn. They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern. He didn't need words to express the urgency of the situation. Alright, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon. She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall.
Seek a way out!
We gotta protect her from her plot fever that only comes up like twice so far? Didn't come up in the freezer room, which you'd expect it to have. Also, wait, my food should have been done, so I'll just bring it up and I can eat it while we do puzzles. 1 second.
to do.
Oh, it feels nice to have food next to me. Alright. Let's do this. It's a square hole. Nothing in here. Look at the back wall there. I can see 3 small slots. Terminals for some sort of connector, perhaps. You mean, you think we're supposed to plug something in here? Perhaps. I'd say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. It probably comes from over there. And then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out here. So if the conveyor belt was moving, yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here. Do we need coal? I believe this opening is for fueling the furnace. If we were to put some coal in here and ignite it, then the steam engine might start working. It certainly is possible.
And we can move the ship.
A golden gear. Doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Well then, I imagine it was prepared especially for this game. It looks like there's a door over here in the tunnel. Gonna steal it. Seven just runs up in here. One sec. I'm appreciating some fish over here, so. Also, I bought some horseradish paste because that's what the recipe online said that you should have with the thing. And I decided to put it on this fish. And it kind of tastes a little, or like it looked a little bit like tartar sauce, so it's like, it probably would go well, maybe. It's real sour. I've never had horseradish before. It's real sour. And really spicy. Apparently, horseradish is the British equivalent of wasabi. And I can see why now. Like, they just dye wasabi green over here because it's too expensive to import. Oh god, that's tangy. Yeah, I never realized that wasabi was, like, expensive. I guess because they just sell horseradish here and call it wasabi. The belt over there must deliver the coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this. The door appears to be welded shut, however. Stairs stretch from the catwalk to the boiler. Oh, that's where the coal goes. Or would go if all 3 of these things hadn't rusted shut. Oh, there's a bunch of wooden boxes over here by the wall. I already looked through those. There's nothing there. Connected to the boiler. Oh. This is big. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's, nothing in them. Look, Ace!
It's some kind of snowman secret meeting. Those are just bags full of sand. You use them as counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system.
Man, you're too serious. I'm a Santa.
There was a pillar like this on the other side.
Yeah, you're right. Oh.
Oh. It's a silver gear. You think it's made out of pure silver? No way. Silver's way too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be steel or iron gear that's been coated with silver. Ugh. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have got your hopes up. Were you thinking you'd hold this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you?
He probably would. Conveyor belt runs into a sort of arch tunnel. Okay, so far I don't really know what to do. Oh, I guess go up. It's Mickey Mouse! It's an emblem!
Oh, what's this? Given its placement, this must unlock the door to the left.
That's a weird indentation on the top of this thing. You think that means you have to insert something here?
Yes, I would imagine so. There's a thick iron door blocking our way. You think this is... Yes, it looks like the exit.
Looks like this door slides up into the ceiling.
Oh man, Junpei! Can't believe I missed something so important. What's so important? Look at those stairs! Look at them carefully! That gap! That height! That angle! It's perfect!
Perfect? Perfect for what?
Whatever! Just bring Clover here, right now! Tell her she needs to walk up and down these stairs!
Huh? Clover's not here. What the hell is he talking about? Is he? I don't know. Oh. Santa, goddammit. There are a number of wooden boxes piled up at the bottom of the stairs. They're all empty. Catwalk on the upper floor. There's a staircase that reaches out from the catwalk to the boiler room. Can we not go up there? Yeah, I was hoping for dumb trivia too. No, I don't want to click that! Ah! I guess thinking about it, Clover's the only one with like a skirt. I am stumped. I just started this room and I'm already stumped. Oh, there's like a bronze one too. So has to be important. Give me a little bit more. I'll just look around. It's welded shut and won't open. Let's look at all of these. Man, this thing is huge. I guess a ship this big needs something like that to power it. True, but I doubt a single boiler of this size could actually move a ship like this at any reasonable speed. You need at least 3, no, 4 of these. I guess you know a lot about boats, huh? Well, not really. It's just common sense, you know. Oh. There's a number of these little windows along the side of this thing. I think you're supposed to put coal in through these, but they're welded shut. I don't think we can get these open. Everything here's welded shut and, like, useless. This is the opposite angle from where we just came from.
There's a barrel on the stairs. Sweet. Unfortunately, it's empty, but we should break it. Oh, let's go up here. Sliders down. Guess Ace feels like giving it a try. Nothing. It won't move at all. The 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one is up. There's a number of lines engraved in these. I suspect we're meant to do something rather specific with them.
Junpei, why don't you move that slider down?
Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing.
Nothing happened.
Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow.
You're saying if we did something somewhere else, it'll respond somehow?
Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. Let's go up.
Hey, Junpei, where are you going?
The only thing in that there is a closed number door. Kind of pointless to go back, huh?
Yeah, it sure is. We aren't gonna get anywhere with the pile of boxes here. What the hell's in these things anyway? They're way too heavy to move.
One of the doors on the surface, on the furnace, there's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center. Alright, let's give this sucker a twist. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. And it's totally pitch black in here. We should, go in there.
Hey, Santa, you should check it out, because you got muscles. So, you'll be safe. Or Ace, actually, you're even bigger. Let's go. I'll just stay out here and take care of June.
This looks just like the door we went into.
Oh, where are we?
We must be on the other side, yes?
Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt.
At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate.
Wait, what?
Oh jeez, this room is giant.
See some scaffolding on the wall over there. Looks like a hand-operated winch. Doesn't look like there's any way to operate it.
That means the wheel isn't attached.
Just take another bite. Ooh. This one looks like the other one we saw earlier. Although this one has a wheel on it.
Alright, let's give this wheel a spin. Oh, what? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance.
Oh shit. We've taken the wheel. Good job, genius. You broke it.
I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. Now we can use that in the B one, I think?
Wait, what's this? Well, anyway, looks like that's a pipe. Looks like the bottom connects to the conveyor belt housing.
Then coal must come out of this pipe onto the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe.
Oh. I've got the wheel I pulled off the other one. Let's see if that fits.
I know, Santa with a smirk. Junpei deserves getting the smirk sometimes from some of these characters. I feel more comfortable making fun of Junpei since it's all him most of the time.
Sweet. It's a perfect fit, like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all. Good. I should be able to turn this now. Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see? The wooden box. It's under the catwalk. Can you see it? It's hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it? It looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. At any rate, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you.
He's such a dad. He's kind of grandpa-ish, actually.
Alright, I'll turn the wheel. What's this?
It makes you worried. Anytime you're like, oh, this character's real sweet. You're like, no, not in a death game.
What happened? The wheel only turns to the left. It only turns to the left.
That means we can't reel up that rope.
Yeah, we can only let the rope down. Are you winning, Junpei? Interesting.
Instant concern.
I don't think that will be a problem. We will simply need to go downstairs after letting the wooden box down. I will be counting on you, Junpei. Sure thing, no sweat. I believe the box has reached the floor. Yeah. He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt, near where June had collapsed. Junpei could see her still leaning against the wall as if she barely had the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. He almost thought he could see heat rising from her body. She doesn't seem to be improving. Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he'd said what they had all been thinking. Well, of course not. She's not gonna just get better right away, you know. It'll take time. He tried desperately to convince himself that what he'd said was true. What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps? Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion. Santa's response was confident and certain. She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know? So you're saying we are abnormal? Yeah. We're just running around this room solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs. Santa snorted in disgust. A guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? A social experiment? Is that what you're saying? Dunno. But it does seem like a possibility, you know? They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him.
And this is why we have ethics in psychology.
They're like ribs that support the hull.
Oh. Huh. Oh god. This radish is making my nose tingle. If I could figure out how to get around this place.
Oh, there we go. Control panel for something. Some kind of machine. Maybe a control panel?
Hope I didn't put, I kind of put enough that, you know, like, the amount that you put on fish when you have tartar sauce. I kind of just put, like, that amount. It's kind of a lot. Like, a spoonful, pretty much. That's fine, it's not too bad. Not a teaspoon.
Oh, maybe I should... Oh, yeah. Put this in here. Yeah. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes. There's only one way to find out. In you go.
Dude, you did it. Everything looks alright.
Okay, but what do we do now?
Why don't you press the button next to it?
Look at these two! Just like arms out. Oh shit! I looked at a pose and it was like characters doing the Komeda pose where, you know, he has his arms out like a villain. And then it's just like a bunch of really nice characters but like with their arms like that. They have the Komeda pose! The what pose? The hands outstretched, like, you know, what they're doing right now, pretty much. Like, you know when he, like, does the whole, I'm crazy! Hands out, like, both hands out with his palms just, like, spread out. The evil maniacal pose. Oh, jeez. I can't explain it.
The orange one?
Yes.
Alright, I'll do that. Pushing. Sweet, all sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And... oh yeah, I think I just heard something turn on. Oh? What's that? What happened?
Yeah, it's like the Edgeworth pose. God, I hated Edgeworth in the beginning when he made that pose. I was like, you asshole. Big stupid face. Big smug bastard.
The conveyor belt. Oh shit! Coal! Well, I guess it's done moving. There's still a bunch of coal in the belt, though. Looks like a bunch of it got dumped off the end of the belt into the wooden box, where we found the control panel. Coal. Coal, huh? Box full with the coal.
Congratulations, Bokosh. Did you love it or hate it? I hear very mixed things about Zero Time Dilemma. Mostly the latter of being good.
It's shiny and black and coal-like. Was there like a section here that had like a gap? Coal.
Okay, let's do it.
No coal left in the wooden box. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would just throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything? Oh well, a man can dream. Junpei, explain it to me again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up there and make steam, which will then drive something else. Am I correct? I didn't think that far, but sure. In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine and drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. The furnace is enormous, so we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well then, if the three of us work together, we should manage to fill it much faster.
I want to help too.
Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. I think you better rest up some more, alright?
But,
No arguing. You need to rest, so you just stay there. We'll handle this.
okay. I understand.
Alright, time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into the furnaces. That's a lot of work. Alright, I think this should be sufficient. Yeah, June just like scratching fan art in her notebook. Alright, now I just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? Oh. Then how are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? Some sort of ignition device, huh? Did we have matches? Or was that in like a different route? We threw them away because that's what Junpei does. This, maybe? Oh, that's like changed color. I think it might be. It probably is. I think this is how we might ignite the furnace. That means if we move that thing down. Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Hey, Junpei, Ace, look at this. This big gear's turning out of the boiler here.
Oh shit.
The gears. They're spinning. What the hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. Oops. Oh!
Find the Mickey Mouse emblems.
That should be the exit, I think, right? Then you put them on the big Mickey Mouse emblem.
So many lucky emblems.
Ugh, the stairs, no! Oh. Hey Junpei, what are you doing? It's hotter than hell in there. Did you already forget that we lit the furnace?
Oh, right.
Yeah, you're right.
Oops.
Where is the exit again?
Junpei just trying to kill himself at this point.
Looks like this thing unlocks the door. There's a depression here that looks like it's the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. Maybe if we put those 3 discs we found into this thing.
Only one way to find out. Let's stick them in.
Huh? That's odd. Nothing happened.
Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places?
Perhaps you have them facing the wrong directions. Perhaps you should rotate the discs to make some of the lines connect to one another. No harm in trying. Instructions for operations. When a disc is touched, it will rotate a certain amount. When the white arrow is touched, the discs are switched. Please note, the discs are switched. The angles for this are reset.
Oh.
Hey! Any puzzle that lets me brute force. The red lines on these discs. I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these.
You found it.
Now who's gonna drag June's dead body up the stairs?
Yeah, the door's open. Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. Ace seemed to share his excitement. All right, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on this door. Santa snorted.
Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again. Because of the rule that everyone needs to participate?
Oh.
I thought by participate it just meant to go through the door. Not to, like, solve the puzzle at the end of it.
I suppose that's true. Shall all 3 of us go collect June, then?
No, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it.
He still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on the stairs petulantly. So you're only interested in being contrary? Ace sighed with the air of a long-suffering parent. Alright, I'll go get June. I'll be right back. He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. And for long he was back on the first floor next to the conveyor belt in June. As he drew closer, she stood up slowly. Are you okay? He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice.
Yeah. I'm still blushing over all the sweat that y'all were sweating when y'all were doing the coal shit. Yeah.
I can't play horny June. I'm trying my best. I'm also still eating.
I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry.
June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish. Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead. Good. You're feeling a lot better. She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him. Are you sure you're alright? He had to be sure. June gave him a look.
Oh, you're such a worrier.
A warrior? Jumpy. What? Oops.
I mean, worrier.
June giggled. He wasn't sure if she'd just made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she was really feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead. Let's go.
Go where?
Oh, right, I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so...
Great! Let's go.
June clasped her hands and nodded urgently. Alright. One sec. I'm just gonna refill my drinkies. Because I slurped a lot of juice because of this radish. And I now understand the flavoring of this shit. And I didn't before, so I learned a new thing today. Drink milk? No, it's not spicy. It's just... It makes my nose tingle a little bit when I eat it, but like it goes very quickly. I can handle a lot of spice, believe it or not.
Oh, jeez. Y'all have a problem. I should ban the word milk. I'm back with some water. You tried to offer advice. I can no longer look at that as advice anymore, okay?
This might be cold. Kept it locked up.
Oh, it's warm, nice. All you tried to say was get Coco some milk. Ah, of course, that was what you were saying. Alright, then that's fine. But as they walked towards the exit, Junpei noticed Santa sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him. What are you looking at? Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet. It's a photo. It's my sister.
Sister? Santa, you got a sister?
Santa simply nodded. Yeah. Kid was cute as a button. June cocked her head, confused.
She was only about an inch tall then. Ha ha ha.
Santa glared at her.
Sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like half an inch.
Jesus. Santa didn't smile or laugh. He simply turned back to his picture and spoke. I was her Santa Claus. The sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either. Have you ever heard the story of the two Santa Clauses? It goes that a long time ago, there were two Santas. One of them wore white, the other one wore black. The white Santa gave presents to good kids. The black Santa played tricks on bad kids. They went on like that for a while, but eventually the black Santa's tricks started to get worse and worse. Pretty soon, the white Santa couldn't stand it anymore. And he stabbed the black Santa to death. When he stabbed the other Santa, the white Santa got blood all over his clothes. And that's why, these days, his clothes are red. You could say that red is all that's left of the black Santa. Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. Santa what? June was staring at Santa, sadness plain on her face. He continued. I wonder which Santa I am. The white Santa or the black Santa? Uh-oh. You need a hug? You okay there? Alright, let's go. Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back into his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Junpei and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say. Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on. Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them. They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against a handrail. He looked very tired. The door had shut, but it wasn't cause for concern. Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once again. In a single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well.
A new room stretched out before them. Is this a warehouse? Oh! This is where the psychology bit is. No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight.
There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are.
Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance. Well, we probably ought to start finding the exit, right? Let's get going.
Sneak way out again.
Bunch of bags here. Wonder what's in them.
Oh! 8-7!
I love the music. I'm sorry, tin form you, this room uses hex.
No!
Ugh, I don't remember it coming back a second time. Maybe I blocked it out of my memory.
What's that? It's a card. It has a headshot on it. A headshot? Yeah. But I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. We've searched all the boxes. There's nothing in them. Okay. Oh, they're probably all in the bags then.
Clever. Snake!
We never get to hang out with a snake. Ugh, we only got to hang out with him in the beginning. The worst feature ever, every time.
I don't know what's in these barrels, judging by their weight.
I mean, we never got to hang out with the ninth man too, but like, screw him.
Perhaps a liquid of some sort.
Hey!
It's Ace's card. You look like some kind of European lord. Oh, my headshot. You want to see it? It's actually a pretty good picture. No, I don't need to see it. In fact, we really ought to get back to our search. Snake. Is that Snake's card? Yeah, you want to see it? No, that's fine. This is Clover's card. You know, looking at this photo, she's kind of cute, isn't she? Oh! Huh? Oh, what's up?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Why does her smile make me feel cold?
Not creepy.
This is Seven's card. If this is supposed to be a trading card, it's not a very good one.
Whoa! Poor Seven.
Hey!
Man, the guy in this card is one good-looking son of a bitch.
Hell yeah.
Way more class than the other chump. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Huh? What's your problem? Didn't say I meant you, did I? Haha. Shit.
Get heck, Junpei. Oh, jeez.
This guy. This card has to be the ninth man on it. Look, has the ninth man on it. He's the first victim of the Nonary game. Actually, come to think of it, he was acting pretty weird. I wonder what his deal was.
He really was.
This is the only area with a fence around it.
Junpei, think you could go take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I've, got a bad feeling about it. Pussy. Okay, fine. I'll go.
Please be careful, Santa.
Oh, so June is the ninth man in disguise. Wouldn't that be funny? Oof, that's a big oofy.
Yeah, but just in case. Wait, what is he gonna do with that screw? I don't see what throwing a screw at the fence is. Holy shit.
This. Oh man.
There's electricity running through the fence. Looks like it.
Then we can't get to the other side.
Well, we could jump off those crates, but we wouldn't be able to get back.
Ah, I see.
Think we can get over the fence by jumping on those crates.
What are you saying, Jumpy? There's a huge electrical current flowing through that fence. If you do that, you won't be able to get back.
Well, if I can move some of those crates over there.
Are you even sure you can move them? What if they weigh too much? Then what are you gonna do?
Oh, yeah. I hadn't thought about that. Stairs, I go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever, I'm going. This is the only door here, except for the one we just came through. Then this is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. Is it an electronic lock? No, it's just a keyhole, right under the doorknob. So to open this door, we gotta find the key that fits the keyhole. Yeah. Oh. The monitor's off. I've got a green switch here and a red one. Some kind of lever. None of them seem to do anything though. Maybe the power's off. Yeah, maybe. There's a single green light on the bottom though. That means... several lights here with the numbers from 1 to 9.
Oh no.
Only the light with the 9 on it is lit. Gotta get them all lit. There's 6 holes here. They look like jacks from a headphone cable. Jacks, huh? Then maybe if we put something in them. Yeah, something might happen. Looks like it's covering something. Looks like some kind of shutter. Maybe it'll open if we do something. What's gonna come out of it if it opens? Yeah, like I'd know that. There's a metal panel over the outside of the window. Four barrels next to the wooden crates. A box, nothing inside. Oh, right, this thing. Oh, it's locked. We need the key. All the boxes have numbers on them, do they? Oh. I bent down and picked up something that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards. Hey. There's a picture of Lotus on this card. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. Man, her hair is ridiculous. It's like clay or something. Says the pot to the kettle. Ha ha ha.
Lotus is 8.
Does that mean we need to collect the cards we don't have?
Oh.
Hecky.
Never examined it because you thought, oh, Vivi. Hey, I found them.
Oh, not cool, man. You took this picture without my permission.
It looks pretty cool, though. You look real handsome in the picture.
Hey, knock it off, lovebirds.
What? We're not a couple. Not at all. Not in any way. Ugh.
Hey, congrats, Argand. Oh, right, wait. I can't... I just realized because we have cards as well. We're Astrologian too. I like Jumpy's design.
This must be...
Oh no! Don't look at it! I'm not cute at all, and I'm not photogenic, and I don't look sexy either. Next to Clover, my skin looks gross. And I'm not sexy like Lotus. I know guys go for women who look like Lotus. But, I'm trying to. I'm doing the best I can. So please, don't call me a board or a trash can or a cutting board.
June, who have you been speaking to? Oh, wait a minute. I haven't said anything like that, have I? That looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 cards. Okay, June is 4. Let's put this one here. Oh, okay.
They'd finally collected all 9 picture cards. All that remained was to insert the cards into the slots at the front of each box. Junpei stared at the cards in his hands. Ace peered over his shoulder at them. You know which card goes in which box, yes? Junpei gave him a look. Yeah. Of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match the numbers to the numbers on the boxes. For instance, the card with a picture of Ace on it goes into the box 1. The card with a picture of Snake on it goes into box 2, and so on. I see. Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened. I'll leave the rest to you. He quickly turned and walked away. Strange, Junpei thought. Oh, well, whatever. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back towards the boxes. It was time to solve the puzzle of the 9 boxes. 9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began.
It's like secretly a himbo. That means we have like 3 himbos here. We got 7, Ace, and that's all the boys here except Junpei. Get A3. 9 cards, 9 pictures, 9 boxes. Ace's card went into box number 1. Then Snake went into box number 2. Santa's into box number 3. Clover's into number 4. Junpei's into number 5. June's into number 6. 7 into number 7. Lotus into number 8. Finally, the 9th man into number 9. As soon as he'd been inserted all the cards, all 9 boxes' lids popped up at once. He peered inside. In each box was a single pin. Oh! They looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker. Junpei collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. These look like the kind of pins you use for sewing. There's 9 of them in total, and they have numbers on them that run from 1 to 9.
Time to sew!
Nine cards, 9 pictures, 9 pins.
There's 9 holes here. And it looks like the pins I found would be just perfect to fit, a perfect fit for them.
Once he found in 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it?
Alright, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go here in the top pot, and 3, 5, 7 on the bottom pot. Well, some of them lit up.
Yeah, 3 and 6. What if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on?
I put 2, 4, and 6 on the top pot, and 3, 5, 7 pins on the bottom.
Huh, you think maybe it's a digital route?
The digital route?
2, 4, 6 equals 12, and that's 3. Therefore, light 3 turns on. 3, 5, 7 is 15. Digital root of 15 is 9. Therefore, light 6 turns on. Makes sense, yeah?
I see. Lights that match the digital root of the pins inserted on the top and lower pot will light up. So that's how it works.
Well, there's one other thing I'd like to check.
If he wants to try, he's certainly welcome to. What happened? Oh, I read 6 as 9 2 times. Listen, I'm fine. Wait, what? I got a big nap. Yeah, I'm super awake right now. You put the 1, 2, 3 on the top and the 6, 7, 8 on the bottom. Oh. Oh. Well, like 3 turns off. Like 6 turns off. Okay. Digital route for the pins being set is the same as the number. Lights are lit, those lights will turn off, so you just can't overlap them.
Yeah, looks like that's a trick. Alright, now we know how it works. Wanna give it a try?
Wait, you mean you know what we're supposed to do with these lights?
Well, no, but I figured we could try and see if we can turn them all on, you know? I figure something's gotta happen if we manage that.
Turn on the lights, huh? No, please don't bite. Okay, Junpei, let's make sure we know how this works, right? Pick one of the 6 holes, then pick one of the pins, insert it into the hole. Keep it up until all 6 of the holes are filled. Once all the holes are filled, the lights with the numbers that correspond to the digital root of the pins in the upper, lower parts will turn on. However, if the digital root corresponds to a light that is already on, the light will be turned off. Goals to turn on all the lights. Alright, let's do it. Yeah! This hole, it belongs to... Use Victor. No bitey! Ugh. Everyone stretch. Stretching nice. Stretching real coming. No bite! Not even a nibble.
Oh. Oopsies. Fix. How do we get 1? 21, I guess. I'm not looking at y'all. I'm not looking for solutions. I'm gonna try and do this on my own, please. And then let's try and get maybe 7. I thought I turned that off. Wait, what? Okay, and then... Alright, F. Oh shit, there's more! No! Oh, hexadecimals. I get what you mean now. So I have to get 16 altogether? Or something? Or was it 15? I don't know. All the lights are on and the shutter's open. I'll try and work this out on my own for now. I'm not looking at chat anymore. Hey, does that mean... Yeah, we gotta do it again. Man, I thought I was doing so well. Okay, we got 9 holes. There's an F up above them. I don't know what the F means, but I do know one thing. What's that? This time, there's 9 holes, so we need to insert 9 pins. Man, that's boring. Well, why don't you just try it, alright? Okay. So, hexadecimal starts from 10. A equals 10. B equals 11. C equals 12. So 15. It's F. Alright, this bit's gonna be tricky. See what happens when you just do whatever. Dude. What makes up 15? Maybe everything that reaches the middle makes up 15 or something. So... Ooh, wait, hold up. If I make everything reach 10 on the sides, maybe that will work. And then maybe all the sides have to also reach 15 too. 7. I'm gonna pull out like an actual calculator. I'm still not looking at what y'all are saying. I refuse. I refuse to get help for this. I'm covering this entire other screen with a calculator now. Get hecked. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, this works. And then 6, 10, 11, 12, 15. Ooh! Yo! Oh, y'all are being nice to me. That's a nice change. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Oh, you're saying I have good music taste. That makes me actually feel really happy. Oh. Yeah, I'm looking again because I finished the puzzle. You wanted to post fake spoilies? Never mind, Vivi.
Let's continue. You have my full attention again. Alright, well, that was actually a fun puzzle. I enjoyed that.
Ah, there we go. All the pins inserted. All lights lit. We did it. The power's on now.
Now for a third puzzle. It's only hexadecimals. Hell yeah, you get the puppy face. Actually, I need your help for something in a bit, but remind me later. Because I don't believe the art compliments, but I do appreciate the music compliments. Because I put lots of effort in my playlists and stuff, so thank you.
Oh, looks like there's electricity going to the monitor on top now. Alright, let's see if we can activate the device on top.
Oh? Oh god, is it another puzzle?
A green button, a red button, and a lever. Wonder what these do.
I think this might help.
Oh, what the hell is this? Where did he find this? What is that? Where'd you find it?
Found it when you were messing around with the pinholes. Looks like instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, this thing's a remote control for that.
That?
Yeah, that.
Oh. What's he pointing? Oh.
That machine over there. Apparently it's called the Pushmaster 5000.
Are you serious? Whatever. So what are we supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000?
You see the coffin over on the top of the crates?
Yeah?
Don't you want to know what the deal is with it?
I do.
Want to check it out?
Yeah.
Alright, how do you think we're gonna get there?
Well, there are some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up. Like stairs. Maybe if we make a path to the coffins from there.
How would we do that?
Line up the crates, I guess?
Yeah, sounds about right. Guess this is just another of Zero's puzzles.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's give it a shot. Oh, looks like the Pushmaster 5000 runs off battery. So to keep it from using up its energy too fast, it's been programmed so that it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in.
Alright. I'll keep that in mind. Top-down view of the area we can move the machine. Once I'm going to send my orders to the Pushmaster 5000, I just pull the lever. Oh. This is the return button. Allows me to quit command. Once I want to activate the program, I just pull the lever. Reset button. Allows me to start over again. Alright, let's give this a try.
Sure thing. Just keep in mind that there's a limit on the battery, alright? Battery dies after 50 moves. At least that's what it says in the manual.
50 moves, huh? Why are there fireworks? Y'all hear that shit? Why are people fireworking today? It's like the 12th of July. Is that an important day or something? 50 moves, huh?
Also, keep in mind that the Pushmaster 5000 can't move the heavy metal crates, alright?
Because 4th of July. Why do we don't give a shit about 4th of July? Oh, right, to kill the ants. Got it. Just trying to smoke up the skies. A square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 is touched. The Pushmaster 5000 will move to that square. There's a crate in the way. The Pushmaster 5000 will push up to a single crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently and fill the yellow areas. Oh, god damn it. Reset. Can move in 4 directions, cannot move diagonally. To Pushmaster 5000 move count exceeds the battery life, it'll be reset. Done? Oh, right. It has to move these around to form a path. Okay. Dude, this is gonna take me a second. That might have been wrong. Well, this is gonna take me a minute. Oh, jeez. What am I trying to make a path to, anyway? Like, here, down, down there? The yellow oh, okay. Hum. That's not gonna work. Oops! That's silly. That's a big silly. I feel like I might... No, that's not gonna work. Ooh, that doesn't work either. Or I wouldn't have enough moves at this point. Yeah, I'd have to move something down there and then push it up. can't do this in like... Wait, maybe I can. There we go.
Okay, done putting in the program. What do I do next? Easy.
Just be quiet and watch. See, it's moving already.
Awesome. The Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to and lined up all the crates. Everyone should have a Pushmaster 5000. It's the best device ever. It can push anything except not metal boxes, and also only has a battery life of 50 moves, so it's kind of useless, but let's reach the coffin. We just need to climb these crates over by the fence.
Puzzle games are fun when they're not killing me.
Hey!
What have we been waiting for so long? They walked slowly past the rows of crates until they came to the coffin. They stopped and nodded to one another, and Junpei put his hands on the lid of the coffin. Mummy! Just kidding. Haha. He smirked heartily at his own joke. Junpei grumbled and shook his head. Whatever, just open it. Junpei resisted the urge to remind Santa that he would have had it open a long time ago if Santa hadn't interrupted, and quickly threw off the lid of the coffin. They peered inside. Oh! Contrary to what they'd expected, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying on the bottom was a rusty key, and next to the key...
It's a gun!
Yeah, June made a big deal about the mummy curse thing. I think that was... before the freezer? Was it after the freezer? I don't remember. Yeah, a revolver. It looks pretty old.
I wonder if it's the replica.
Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously, picked up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy. He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets. He'd never seen a real gun, or even a real bullet before. He couldn't tell if these were real or not. The barrel was rifled, and nothing seemed to be blocking it. Yeah, now we can finish this game in Pew Pew Zero. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would most likely function perfectly. If it was real. Holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin.
Yeah, with the power of our brains and friendship and this real-ass gun.
You're not gonna take it.
Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would just be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Maybe Zero put this gun here hoping something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight with each other.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me. The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either.
Okay, got that figured out. But you're just gonna leave that key in there?
Yeah, of course I'm not. Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place. The gun back where they had found it.
Does Ace know how to shoot a gun? He is old. I think It's a revolver, so I don't think that should be particularly difficult to shoot with anyone.
Even Clover could use it. Maybe I can use this.
Ace is confirmed himbo.
That's true.
Does he even know what a gun is the question.
Let's just put this key in here and yeah, sounds like that did it.
Yay! Looks like it's open, Jumpy.
I see. This key should open the door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's opening.
I love how they animate all of the doors opening. Like, that's the most important part of this game. It needs its own animation. Unlike a DS Lite too.
It's very impressive. Or it was very impressive at the time. The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight towards Stern. Junpei and the other three proceeded down it silently. Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side.
The animation's not that better on the PC version. Oof. Oh, I thought you meant like the new game. It's like it didn't improve. It's just upscaled. That's fair. Like, I mean, it's just a door opening.
It looked familiar. Oh! An iron gate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be. We've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
Then we went through number 6 door and that took us to the engine room.
And after that, we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started. Junpei approached the elevator. Gently, he pushed the triangular button on the wall next to it.
So we got nothing out of this. A moment passed.
The elevator door opened.
I thought the elevators were right next to each other anyway.
Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator. The elevator was now functional. Well, what do we do? Should we return to C deck?
Oh, the hallway keeps going though.
No, the hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
I agree. Let's go.
The decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime later, Santa, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped. Set in the wall in front of him was a door. So far as Junpei could see, there was no other way to proceed. It was a door, or nothing. Alright, let's open it. Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. He paused for a moment, then stepped through into the room.
It's a door or nothing. That's like this whole game, pretty much.
And there he saw the number that had hung over their heads and stayed woken up.
Oh!
Yo!
Celebration music going on. Oh, I'm so excited. I want to play more tomorrow as well. I want to get to the end of this.
Like the number on every other door, this one too was a rough shape made of red paint. Its door was set into the back of the into the back wall of the room. Junpei leapt towards it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed hold of the door handle and shook. Nothing, but he hadn't expected it to open. The red sat on the wall next to the door. Its screen read, vacant. Finally, they'd found it. Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last, they found the exit. But cold gripped his heart, and he knew all too well why. As he stood frozen, unsure of what to think or feel.
Jumpy! Look! Behind you!
He spun around and couldn't believe what he saw. It was a door with the number 9 written across it. Was there a second door? Why? Junpei's voice was barely audible, even to himself. He stumbled towards the second door as if somehow compelled. It was a small single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the door they'd entered from, but the opposite corner. That's 9 hours, 9 people, 10 doors, excuse? There was no mistaking it. A red sat on the wall next to this door as well. Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself. Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors? It was Santa who answered. There were always 2 doors. Just think about it. Zero never said there's only 1 door with 9 on it. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Of course, we just assumed that there was only 1. After all, why would there be more than 1? Oh man. Jeez. Junpei was stunned. Zero's trick had taken him completely by surprise. There were 2 doors. That meant that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape and leave no one behind. Now the reason for the bracelet numbers being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 was clear. Divided in 2, the digital root for both teams would be 9. For instance, 1, 2, 7, 8, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, the digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2, 3, 4, 9, and 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, digital root would also be 9. There were many other workable combinations, but they all ended the same way, with a digital root of 9. What did that mean? The answer was quite simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. Zero hadn't been lying. Zero had never said there was only 1 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Yeah, it's a definitely a very different feel from Danganronpa. They're not trying, like, they're clearly trying to kill these people, but they're like, haha, we gave y'all a chance, so like, get heckied. Y'all did this to yourself. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually they would reach the room Junpei now found himself in, and realize the pointlessness of whatever violence they'd visited upon each other. There were 2 doors. No need to kill each other. They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they'd done. Perhaps that was the purpose of the game. That was how the Nonary game was meant to be played. Fortunately, they hadn't started to fight one another, at least not yet. But if one misstep was made, if the wrong mistakes happened, the stakes would rise and the noose would tighten. Well, at this point, they can't all get out. They're missing 2 people. So, like, at most, what, 5 people can escape? But, like, the other 3 would have to stay behind, whoever they are.
Snake.
Like, let's put it together. We have 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's start with June and Junpei. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know why I thought June and Junpei was 5 and 4 when that's Clover. June is 6 because June. Okay, so Clover, Junpei, Santa, and June can get out, which means 7. Lotus would be left behind. Oh, 2 people would be left behind. Wait, no, 3. Yeah, because Ace would also be left behind. Listen, don't worry about it. Ugh. $15, $16. Young people forever. Leave the old behind. These guys, okay, these guys can't get out because their digital route. They would need Snake. Oh. No, wait, that's not right. 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, why did I, oops. That would leave 4 people behind? Yeah, the most people you can get out then would be all the young peeps and all the old peeps left behind. The 3 old peeps. If we were to go for that route. The thought of it sent a chill down his spine. Wait, without the 9th man, everyone could still get out assuming Snake lived? Really? I thought they'd need the 9th man to get out. Could they still get out even without the 9th man? Oh, on the first team I made, that's true. Wait. Yeah, you're right. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And adding 9 doesn't do anything. Oh, oops. Adding 9 doesn't do anything. We don't even need 9th man. Get heck, 9th man, you're useless. So, what we gonna do, Junpei? Well, everyone's screwed now that Snake's dead. A voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice. It brought Junpei back to his senses. No use worrying about the future, he needed to figure out what they were going to do next. There were 4 people in the room. Ace, Santa, Junpei, and June. Their bracelet numbers were 1, 3, 5, and 6. That's not enough. That would be digital root of 6. In other words, the 4 of them couldn't open the door without number 9. But what if there were only 3? Would door 9 be opened with 3 of them? Took him no time at all to determine the answer. There was only one combination of 3 people that would give a digital root of 9. 1, 3, and 5. And that would mean... then June would get left behind. No, we gotta go back. That wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed. Yup. I agree. We cannot leave June behind. Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding.
Are you sure?
Good bean team! Oh! They can be a little bit, like, spiky with each other, but they're good beans in the end.
I don't mind staying.
June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with the beginnings of tears, and her legs shook. Except June, I don't trust her. It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind. Yeah, just go find Snake's bracelet. Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door. Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest. Damn! Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta. Ah, are you sure you don't mean Atlantis? Oh, you right. Ha 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 ha, anime laughs. Perhaps it was a sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled. Aww. What does that ink blob look to you? Super violent. Those Rorschach tests aren't very, credible, if I'm gonna be real. Like, they use that a lot in movies, but they're not actually used for that in real life. They're not supposed to. That's like, when they use like that, that's a very, what's it called? Freudian use. Which isn't, you know, something people actually use during therapy. Yeah, Rorschach tests aren't supposed to be used like that. They're supposed to determine the state of the user, as in like their emotions. It's not used to test what's going on in their mind, because anything that goes in your mind can change drastically in the heat of your emotions, pretty much. That's just my little psychology trivia for the day. But they are still used. Just not for, you know, the thing that people are like, ah, you see, like, demons and, like, I don't know, silly innuendo stuff. Like, you know, people do that in movies so much to be like, ooh, this person is thinking the naughty stuff, ooh woo. And then the psychologist is like taking notes. They're like, ah, I see you're looking at this, or you're thinking about this. Looks like I think she said it was like a demon with an elephant snout.
You guys.
June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say. Very well. Best we head back to C deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Yeah, and Jumpy with the Funya Rimpa. Never forget the power of the Funya Rimpa. Perhaps Clover, Seven, and Lotus will ever turn from door 1. Even as Ace spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation. There was no way they could split into teams that could both go through the doors. Ace knew it. They all knew it. But there was nothing else they could do. They would find the other 3, search for another solution. All right, let's go. Ace looked at all 3 of them, then turned and headed through the door. Santa and June followed. Junpei started towards the door and then stopped. He'd been too busy with other concerns to notice the room itself. It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it? Junpei looked around the room for the first time, noticing things that weren't doors with 9s on them. A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room. A
chapel.
The carpet began at the large set of double doors and ran towards the bow towards. Junpei wasn't sure. Was it an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin. A coffin. A coffin. What on earth was a coffin doing in a place like that? Before Junpei had time to answer that question. Hey Junpei, the hell are you doing? Let's move. Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside. Right, okay. I'll be right there. Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. Oh, okay. They took the elevator up to C deck. Once there, they headed back towards the main hall and the central staircase. It's annoying to know the answers. It is. I am like, I have so much that I want to say because I know like I'm remembering things now and I know things about what happens in like other routes and I'm like, oh shit. I assume the coffin? That made me question shit. I was like, oh shit, Egyptian lady from what June was talking about is just like in there being like, I'm frozen, but now I'm knocking and shit. Didn't take them long. Or some other crazy bullshit's happening. And Junpei found Seven and Lotus waiting for them. They didn't look happy.
Oh, we got a problem.
Clover is gone. What the shit?
Y'all had one job. Take care of sad girl. What the heck?
Junpei and his three companions looked at one another. He turned back to Seven and Lotus. What do you mean gone? Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask. When?
Why?
You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you? Seven and Lotus responded as best as they could.
Oh yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
There were 4 rooms from the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I will take care of this one.
I'll shut the door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
I kicked down the door and we went into the room, but it was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
Well, there was a door on the other wall,
and it was open.
Well, we figured she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but...
Well, obviously we didn't find her. You figured out that much.
Clover is gone. Junpei thought for a moment. When did this happen?
Well, we just got here before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern. Very well, then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin. There were quick nods all around, and then the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran into the central hospital room and looked around. She's not there.
No, she isn't.
They searched a little longer, but with no luck. They couldn't find Clover. Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. Slowly, they made their way back to the hallway. At last, they reached the stairs and Junpei spoke. Alright, I'm thinking we should probably split up. I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you take the stairs up to B deck.
Alright,
Y'all want to split up?
that sounds good. But,
What?
could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone?
Uh-huh. Oh, sure, right. I'll do that. There was a reason Junpei persisted to call her June even when they were alone. Although perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by the nickname he used when they were children. Connie. 9 years ago, it came naturally. After all, they were children. But now they were adults. It felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt odd to him. Of course, to call her Miss Kurashiki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurashiki would seem a little brusque. Although he couldn't put his finger on why, it felt somewhat forward to call her Akane when they hadn't seen each other for so long. In short, it was simply easier for him to call her June and leave it at that.
Alright, I'm going then.
Yeah, be careful, Canny. This is some Danganronpa music going on right now. June, or perhaps more appropriately, Canny, blushed and smiled.
You be careful too, Jumpy.
Yeah, got it. Take care. Junpei looked after her for a moment and as she ran up the stairs, then turned around and took off for the hallway. Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing with the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a dark place, June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door and there she was. A woman sat, slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp, her skin smooth and pale as always. No! Was covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe. His legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk towards Lotus slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse, no rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something, somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind, told him that meant she had been killed recently. Yeah, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife then. Perhaps she had been stabbed in the heart once. She would have died immediately. It took little comfort knowing that she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice Lotus's bracelet was gone. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. Escape from this ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. Is that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining the bracelet number 8. Nah. I've done all of this back in the old days. I remember spending like a good 10 minutes looking up digital roots at this point. And I remember coming up to I think 5 conclusions. And one of them was right. I'm not gonna say which one. So, get hecked! Y'all gotta wait to find out. Who is that? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when he heard a noise. A sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain, there was heat, extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. Knife ending! His voice was little more than weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. But as he did, the knife dug itself in deeper, twisting viciously. Ugh! He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbed away. Junpei finally saw his attacker. 2 tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions, not anger, not sadness, not regret. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. His killer glanced down at his body. Then, without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade. The world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon it swallowed up the last that remained of Junpei's mind, and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. Into utter emptiness he fell. Into zero. Whatever Junpei had been was gone.
Hey! Bad ending number 2. Aw, yeah.
I love this game. Give me that credit! Oh. Do I know? Oh, I don't get credits a second time.
Can't believe. How dare.
Let's get that knife ending.
Aw, yeah. Working our way from back to front. Just how I like it.
Alright. And that's Zero Escape. Ah, good shit. Good shit. I love this game. Have I mentioned that? Have I mentioned how much I really like this game? I feel like I haven't mentioned that yet. Let's do this. Ah, yeah. Tune in next week for the continuation. Or not. I might just stop. Who knows? No time for MSQ. God, I'm so awake. I could definitely just keep going and do MSQ right now. Ugh, I took way too big of a nap. I'm way too awake. But what if? Dark Knights? What if we do some Dark Knight story though? What if we do some Dark Knight story? I've gotten up to level 50. Should we do some Dark Knight story now? Yeah, but should we do some Dark Knight? Yeah, let's do some Dark Knight story. Alright, see y'all in a sec then. Oh, that was fun. I love this game.